Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all? God bless the army and God bless our liberty. That got the rest of it all. Yeah, a man in position is backing away. Freedom is stuck in reverse. Let's get out of Iraq, get back on the track, and let's rebuild America first. Once more. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it the most. You think I'm blowing smoke? Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20 trips a year coast to coast. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first. Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all? God bless the army and God bless our liberty. That got the rest of it all. Yeah, a man in position is backing away. Freedom is stuck in reverse. Let's get out of Iraq, get back on the track, and let's rebuild America first. Once more. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it the most. You think I'm blowing smoke? Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20 trips a year coast to coast.
Time for a little convention business here. The chair states that in compliance with Rule 40B, the chair has been furnished with evidence that a plurality of the delegates from each of 5 or more states severally support the candidate who will be presented for the nomination for Vice President of the United States. The chair would like to remind delegates of the provisions of Rule 40A, which provide that in part, if there is only one candidate for nomination for Vice President of the United States who has demonstrated the support required by this paragraph B of this rule, A motion to nominate for such office by acclamation shall be in order, and no calling of the roll with respect to such office shall be required. At this time, the chair states that she has been furnished with evidence that there is only one candidate for nomination for the office of Vice President who has demonstrated the support required under Rule 40B of the Rules of the Convention. Delegates and alternates. The chair recognizes and is pleased to introduce John Husted, Lieutenant Governor of Ohio, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Are we ready? Are we ready to nominate a vice president? How about you, Ohio?
Yeah!
That's awesome. I'm John Husted, the Lieutenant Governor from the great state of Ohio. It is an honor to speak to you all this afternoon to formally nominate the Republican nominee for Vice President of the United States. Ohio is the heart of it all, and that is certainly the case once again here today. The vice presidency is an office of sacred trust. The man who accepts this nomination accepts with it the awesome responsibility to give wise counsel to the president, to represent America abroad, to preside over the Senate, and to be ready to lead our nation at a moment's notice. Such a man must have an America first attitude in his heart. He must, amen. He must embrace his obligation to the American family, the American worker, and the American soldier. He must believe that America is exceptional. And be prepared in the tradition of our founders to pledge his life, his fortune, his sacred honor to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. He must share the values and principles of our presidential nominee and be trusted to faithfully implement the will of the people. J.D. Vance is such a man.
JD, 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 JD.
A man who loves America and will represent our people with moral courage, strength, and honor. J.D. is a living embodiment of the American dream. He came from humble beginnings, and even as his life took him to places he might have never imagined, he never forgot where he came from. Ohio values are in his blood. He served our nation in the United States Marine Corps. He is a graduate of The Ohio State University. He graduated summa cum laude from Yale Law School and is the author of the best-selling book Hillbilly Elegy. And he is a crusader for the people of the Ohio in the United States Senate. He has never forgotten the working people of our country, and he never will. He fought to bring investment to Middle America as a businessman and has fought to defend them every single day in the Senate. And this I know. he will faithfully stand by President Donald Trump's side as they win this election and change the course of our nation. They will change the course of our nation to the benefit of all American citizens and truly make our country great again. It is therefore my honor to nominate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Delegates and alternates, pursuant to Rule 40A, a motion to nominate by acclamation is now in order. The chair now recognizes Delegate Bernie Moreno, Senate candidate from Ohio, for the purpose of making a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bernie Moreno. I'm honored to be the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. I know firsthand that my dear friend J.D. is a selfless and brilliant fighter. He is a patriot who loves America. He loves Ohio. He loves his family. He's a great father. He's a great man. And that's what we need in this nation today. To J.D. Vance, America First is not just a slogan. It's his North Star. He has followed it every moment of his life and career. He knows what it's like to live in poverty, forgotten by Washington politicians. He is dedicated to ensure that no American is ever forgotten again. Madam Chair, it is a great honor to move that J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion that Senator J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Senator J.D. Vance has the overwhelming support of this convention to be the next Vice President of the United States. The chair is pleased to make the following appointments to the Escort Committee for Senator J.D. Vance, his vice presidential nominee. Usha Vance, thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Speaker Johnson.
Woo! All right. What a great night. Pursuant to Rule 40D of the rules of the Republican Party, I formally declare President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance as the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
What a great afternoon for the Republican Party, and what a great afternoon for America. It is now time to take the official convention photograph. If all of the delegates would please stand and turn to the center camera directly opposite the stage, we will take the official photograph. Camera's right there, right above it. See the guy with the big telephone. Great job. Thank you, delegates. At this time, please welcome Leora Levy, delegate and National Committee woman from Connecticut, who will lead us in a benediction.
Let us pray. That means be quiet. Bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the life and the strength of President Donald Trump and pray that you continue to protect his family. We pray for Corey Comparatori and his family. May his memory always be a blessing. We pray for the 2 patriotic Americans who were wounded and for their speedy, complete recovery. King of the universe, who knows all, sees all, please watch over us as we embark on the work for which we have gathered here today. We are here to elect President Donald J. Trump, a leader with wisdom, strength, courage, and the experience to repair what has been badly broken. Lord, please bless the leaders of our great Republican Party. Bless President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, RNC Chairman Michael Whatley, Co-Chairman Laura Trump, the delegates, alternates, and guests gathered here today as we work to make America great again. May we remember your word in Deuteronomy 31:6. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave nor forsake you. Our Father in heaven, bless our exceptional country, the United States of America, and all who stand vigilant to protect us, the members of our armed forces, police, and first responders. O Lord our God, we pray for the peace of Jerusalem, your eternal city, and for all the children of Abraham. We remember and pray for freedom for the hostages kidnapped and held so cruelly against their will. Lord, please keep them in your sight and hasten the day of their freedom. Lord, we have gathered here from different communities, cities, states, and territories. Let us pray together, united for our nation, the United States of America. May our prayers unite the American people to work together for the betterment of our nation and of the entire world. May America be a light unto the nations and an emissary of clarity and leadership for the world. Grant peace, goodness, blessing, grace, loving kindness, and mercy to us. Bless us, our Father, all of us as one, with the light of your face. Amen.
In a moment, we will recess until this evening's session. This evening's session will reconvene at approximately 5:45. However, I will instruct delegates to please return to the hall at 5:30 p.m. in order to be in your seats by 5:45 p.m. I thank you for consideration. The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention is in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
you, as a fourth-generation family farm owner, as someone who represents rural America, what was it like about 10 years ago to move on up to the national stage and start getting involved with politics at a whole different level?
You know, I feel like that Mr.
Good evening, everybody. Chip Brewster here, coming to you live from Media Row inside Panther Arena at the Republican National Convention. I am joined this evening by Kate Martell with The Hill, one of the many national political reporters at The Hill. I mean, that's what you guys do, is cover national politics, right? But you specifically, you're in a unique position because you described yourself to me as the color person for The Hill in the newsletter that you write up. So tell those at home who are just tuning into this live stream, excited to talk about all things RNC, how they can find some of the work that you have been doing today.
So if you go on thehill.com and click newsletters, you can sign up to receive my newsletter, The Hill's 12:30 Report. And it comes out, as you would guess, 12:30 p.m.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, indeed.
Eastern. I've had a lot of issues converting to Central Time this week.
Yeah.
And I include kind of the behind the scenes and more of the lighter side of politics and what's happening in Washington. So I do have the major headlines and what you should read from other news outlets, but also I feature the interesting side of things, like politicians and lawmakers, we're all human. They all have funny things, and that's what I love about the convention. There's so many interesting things.
And we're going to get to some of the more interesting things that you've observed today with your newsletter here at the RNC, but we also have lots of news in general to talk about. Obviously, biggest breaking news out of the day was finally that a VP pick announced, much like President Trump, to wait till that last minute and do something more reality TV style. I don't know if you were hearing like we were throughout the day, different reporters were finally getting a hold of different potential picks. And one by one, they're saying, no, I was told I'm not in the running. It's almost like, oh, no, you didn't get the rose. You must depart the set at that point. And so there was all of this chatter about, oh, well, this person's left and this person's left. And then there was a report out there of, oh, they went a totally different direction and picked Ben Carson. Did you hear that at one point?
I did. You did. Ben Carson.
When that one came across here, we were like, that's kind of believable just because of who President Trump is.
And Glenn Youngkin. We heard that rumor a bit at the end as well, too.
Yeah. So, but J.D. Vance finally selected. We do have a video that I want to pull up because, of course, the main reason that they had to get it done today is that there's official proceedings that must take place. And, you know, there's a timetable. As much as President Trump would prefer to do it one way, you got to allow for that timetable. Let's take a look.
A great honor to move that J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion that Senator J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye!
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
So that's the official nomination, correct? That is them recognizing their vice presidential candidate. And it came at a time, man, there's so much going on right now, not only within the Republican Party, but even just around President Trump there. I like that someone wrote.
Thought he might have wanted in the Senate, but I realized that might be an unpopular opinion, particularly among a lot of journalists. A lot of people saw J.D. Vance coming. I did not.
Well, in your defense, there was also a lot of talk because journalists, especially those that are looking at polls and politics in general, are more strategic in mind, right? You know, we have these key swing states that really determine who becomes president, and you're looking at that VP pick as its tradition as to who can help with those swing states. And I don't think J.D. Vance is at the top of that list when you start looking at some of those states and his own background. You're talking about how he's that next generation of the MAGA movement. Well, in swing states, that doesn't necessarily help you get your candidate over the finish line. But here we go. We've got Donald Trump. And I think that this is a Trump ticket. It didn't necessarily matter for the swing states, for the people that are going to turn out to vote, exactly who he picked. And so what's interesting that I found in some of the interviews that we did today was that they're really looking at JD not so much as someone who can help to carry Trump over the finish line, but as someone who can pick up the Trump flag, because we have term limits for presidents, of course, and then continue to carry the party in that direction that he has set for us. So I talked to two different people. I'm going to let you pick who we listen to first. I talked to Ronnie Jackson from Texas, and he had a really interesting take about what happened this past Saturday. And then towards the end of that interview, we got into the moving forward and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, et cetera. And then I talked to Ron Johnson. Now, Ron Johnson I talked to after the announcement, and Ronnie Jackson I talked to before the announcement. We can listen to both, but who do you want to listen to first?
I think I'm going to go Ronnie.
Ronnie?
We got the multiple Rons. Let's go Ronnie.
We do, don't we? And chronologically, that also makes the most sense because I talked to him first as well. So let me get Ronnie Jackson up, and I'm going to give you guys a little bit of context here. So he is a U.S. congressman representing the 13th District of Texas. And for those that aren't aware, the Saturday event that I was talking about, of course, was the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Well, Ronnie Jackson's nephew was behind President Trump and was actually one of the injured individuals. And so Ronnie Jackson has that direct knowledge and information from a family member who he put in that position, and then some. You'll see that here in a second. Let me just flip over to clip that one, and here we go.
I went to Bedminster right after the assassination attempt, and I hooked up with President Trump, spent the day with him, and then I came up here with him yesterday on the plane, and it's just been unbelievable, the reception that he's got. It was great to see him and the team. He's, completely unfazed by what happened. He's super motivated. He's super fired up. I mean, he's just a tremendous leader. He's leading by example. Some of the staff's a little shaken, rightfully so, but I think he's providing a great example that this isn't going to get us down, and he's ready to get back out and start campaigning again as soon as possible.
And of course, you're in a unique position. Not only you spent the time with him, but that your family was literally involved.
Yeah, that's right.
It was your nephew, right?
That's right. My nephew. They'd wanted to go to a Trump rally for a while, so I got them tickets, and they went in. They put them in the friends and family section, which happened to be the worst section to be in. Pretty much either that or the people right directly behind the president. Those are two bad spots to be. But the trajectory of the bullets were coming right across the top of their heads and down into that section, unfortunately. And a bullet or a fragment of bullet or something grazed his neck, and he was bleeding a little bit from his neck. He didn't notice it right away, but someone else in the crowd did. Took him to the medical tent. Mm-hmm. And he was okay. He's fine. It was a very minor injury, not a big deal. I think the bigger thing was that, that about 3 rows behind him was where somebody was critically injured. I think it might have been the gentleman that was that unfortunately died. But he was in the tent. He ended up in the medical tent with the gentleman who died, and I think that was probably the more traumatic thing.
It's hard because this is a tragedy, and all sides are agreeing this is not the way forward here.
Right.
But I also, at the same time, feel that you're seeing people rally around the event.
Yeah, I mean, it was a horrible, horrible event that we hope never, ever happens again, right? But I think that, the positive thing that came out of it was the whole world got to see President Trump's, how he handled it. And when he stood up, after, being shot, and he had blood all over his head and his face, and he shook his fist and pumped his fist in defiance and said, "Fight, fight, fight." I mean, that was the spirit of a warrior just rising to the surface. He's a leader. He's a warrior. I think a lot of people saw that. The whole world saw that. And a lot of people that weren't inclined to vote for him are now saying, you know what? That man is an absolute warrior. He's who we need as a commander-in-chief, head of state. He's the person we need to get this country back on track.
Let's say that he does win. He's president the next 4 years. That's the term limit. What is the future of the Republican Party after President Trump cannot run again?
It's incredibly bright, right? Because if Trump wins, that means we're going to keep the House and probably grow our majority. That means we're going to win the Senate. We're going to have all 3 branches. We're going to reform the government. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to do a lot of stuff that he started doing that made him public enemy number 1. But we're going to continue to do that work. He's going to put the right people in there and the right jobs, and the party is going to be set up for success. And then whoever he picks as VP, maybe that person rises to the top and steps in and becomes the president in the next term. But they're going to have a much better country handed over to them than Trump will get this time.
Do you think that he will leave the spotlight, or he'll still be involved with the Republican Party following a presidency?
He's Donald Trump. You think he's going to leave the spotlight? No. I mean, but he's the leader of our party, right? And whoever he sets up for success, I'm sure, is going to recognize him as such. And he won't, be doing what he's doing now, but he'll still be a voice that everyone listens to, and he'll be an important voice.
So there you go. Ronnie Jackson from Texas, 13th District, that interview. There's a lot that we could unpack from that interview. We still have Ron Johnson that we can get to, who specifically talked about J.D. Vance. But just to circle back on the whole reason we started into this, he's talking about that VP pick. And the assumption that I operated under, in that question at least, that Donald Trump wins and can't run again, and that VP pick would be the successor. Is that what you have been hearing as well, as far as this person, who we now know as J.D. Vance, to run alongside him?
Absolutely. You have an automatic advantage being the vice presidential pick, and possibly, again, being the vice president. And he'd be 40 years old. He's turning 40 next month. That would be so incredibly young. And
half President Trump, half President Biden's age, yeah.
And I just learned a fun fact. He would actually be the third youngest vice president in history.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, talk about context for next generation for the Republican Party. You've been seeing, and I see you've got something pulled up, that there weren't quite enough preps made as far as reveal events, as far as signage and wear and what do you call swag going on, but you saw a couple of things at least related to J.D. Vance.
I did, actually. Former President Trump's adult son, Eric Trump, actually posted on Instagram, that's the photo he's referring to that I have up, where he took a Trump-Pence slogan, cut out the P and the E, and replaced with VA to make it Trump-Vance. And the caption is US, US, US.
There's something about a plane, too, I think you had mentioned, right?
Yes, the campaign unveiled what the Trump-Vance plane will look like. So for them to have time to, somehow add Vance's name to the plane, but there was not enough time to make some signs or swag. We're outside the convention center. There's no T-shirts, obviously, that say J.D. Vance's name on it. So on the floor, we've actually seen a lot of delegates take their Trump signs and take out Sharpies and write Vance all over them.
Even in the selection video there where he was officially nominated, they had been adding his name to it. So swag to come, I'm sure. Maybe tomorrow, maybe you and I both. I'll be interested. Maybe I should sign up for the newsletter to see what observations you have tomorrow morning now that that VP pick has been made official. I do want to stay on the swag note before we pop back and get Ron Johnson's soundbite in here, though. You have noticed a lot of the swag that is being worn by the non-delegate, it wasn't even some of the delegates, but the people who are out and about surrounding the convention are still really reflective of the Republican Party of President Trump prior to this weekend. It was really a message change that happened this weekend. What's been the tenor that you have observed and some of that swag now versus what it might be in the weeks to come?
Yeah, like you mentioned, Chip, we saw over the weekend the tone changed a lot.
Yeah.
Both President Biden had an Oval Office address on Sunday night where he called for the temperature to be lowered in American politics. And very shortly after, Trump had a message, two-word message, Unite America. On Saturday night, a millisecond completely changed the dynamic of the presidential race and at least temporarily put aside both of their differences largely and focused on let's just try to bring down the rhetoric and let's try to bring down the temperature. That being said, like you mentioned, when I'm outside the convention, I'm looking at all the swag and I'm looking at some of the costume-like outfits that the delegates are wearing. This is like their Super Bowl. They bring all their. I saw a man with a suit that was entirely bricks, and he's advocating for the wall.
Oh, of course.
There's always so much good color like this. Lots of elephants, lots of red, lots of bedazzled trucker hats, and they're all reflective of this message that we had pre-Saturday. And outside there are a lot of references to a stolen election. There's being rigged. Those are all over the stickers and the T-shirts and the other swag that they're selling. If you saw a few shot glasses even. When, the message that we're hearing on stage is much more unified. And I would argue hearing the proceedings from this afternoon, the Republican Party seems so much more unified than I've seen in the Trump era, I would argue.
Yeah, it's hard to really know. I mean, impossible to know how much of an influence Saturday has had on that unifying message. Because that's the whole idea of the convention to begin with. Bring all the delegates in, we rally around and officially say, yes, this person is our presidential candidate and the VP pick as well. So the intent is always there at a convention to bring everyone together. Saturday, and you heard me ask Ronnie Jackson that same question, it has seemed to have assisted in that effort here at the convention. So the question is, will that carry forward? it's really easy to say, let's tone down the rhetoric from both sides. But then they eke at the exact same time. They go like, well, we're tone it down if they tone it down. And I've seen that message already go back and forth across the battle lines, as you would. But how much of an impact will Saturday have for the rest of the campaign? And will that rhetoric truly come down for the long run, or is this a temporary thing? I don't want to dive in as to what I think should or shouldn't happen here, but just as an observer, it is interesting to see that immediate reaction here at the convention. Have you seen anything similar?
Well, I will say that this afternoon, when Trump was formally nominated and then when J.D. Vance was brought on stage later in the afternoon, there was so much unity and among Republicans. So, you know, I think you have the magic question there. Does this transfer over? How short-term is our memory, you know, and how long does this carry over? A lot will depend on the strategies from both of the campaigns going forward. Trump has always been a firecracker on social media, you know.
Yes.
It's
part of his brand, honestly.
Exactly. Yeah, and it wouldn't make I would be surprised, you know, like Ronnie Jackson was also mentioning too, that if he ever steps out of the once he retires as president, would he ever step out of the spotlight? And he said, no, he's Trump. I think that plays into it. He's always been on offense. He's kind of an attack dog. That's always been his strategy and his brand as a candidate, president, and now candidate once again. Yep.
And we're going to just continue that moving forward. It is a Trump ticket after all. Okay, now I want to circle back to the Ron Johnson soundbite. This one is, I mean, within minutes of J.D. Vance, I popped on and did a live stream here from Meteor Row to say, hey, this has happened. President Trump posted on Truth Social about it, and then we waited for him to make his appearance. But in the meantime, all of the politicians around here were being asked nothing but J.D. Vance questions, and I did the exact same thing with Ron Johnson. So Ron Johnson, U.S. Senator in his third term from Wisconsin. So also a couple of Wisconsin questions asked in there. We are, after all, in his home state, and they're hosting the convention. So what I did, this was like 5.5 minutes, which was all the time he had for me. I took the entire interview and I put it in here so you can all see all the questions, all the reactions asked as I interviewed Senator Johnson earlier today. Start with the breaking news. I'm sure you've already been asked about it 600 times, but J.D. Vance being selected for the vice presidential candidate pick, your reaction?
I hate to lose him as a colleague. So that'll tell you everything you need to know about. Listen, he's highly intelligent, highly articulate, a wonderful life story. Was a real ally in the United States Senate. He'll make a fabulous vice president. President Trump had a wealth of talent to choose from. I would have hated to see any of the senators that were selected. That's why I was always pushing a governor. So don't steal from my
I've often heard governors make very good presidential and vice presidential
well, they do have executive branch experience, but you know, the most important attribute is integrity and intelligence. J.D. Vance has that in spades.
Well, and one of the other things that he brings, and I've already spoken to a number of other representatives about the future of the Republican Party, is that he is a younger guy. No offense to the current assumed candidates or yourself, but old white guys are really kind of becoming a bit of a distasteful thing right now. You know, America wants the next generation to step up, and those that I've spoken to said whoever Trump picks, he's setting them up almost as a successor, as the future of the Republican Party. So knowing that, do you agree with that J.D. Vance is the future of the Republican Party?
Well, he could be, and obviously that is what a vice president is just assumed to take the next level. So you know, in 2028, he will be certainly a candidate in the primary. Now, he may be challenged. He'll have a leg up on everybody, particularly depending on how he performs as vice president. How President Trump utilizes him, my guess is he'll utilize him a lot. He'll utilize Vice President Pence a lot as well. So now, again, President Trump had the luxury of having some good people to choose from. I thought he chose wisely. Like I said, I hate to lose him.
All right, well, let's swing back to Wisconsin, the state that you represent, the state that the convention is in. What does it mean to Wisconsin to be host of the RNC?
Well, hopefully we can showcase exactly what a great state we are, what really nice people we are. I remember Charles Krauthammer came to Kohler one time, gave a speech and started out, you know, I say Minnesota nice. I say Wisconsin even nicer. And I'm from Minnesota, that's true. But Charles was right. I mean, just really nice people, genuine, hardworking, common sense folks. Obviously, Milwaukee on the lakefront, beautiful city. I'm hoping anybody wants to protest, do it peacefully. Let convention orders come in. Don't force law enforcement to try and clear the way. We don't want to see anybody get hurt. So again, on a bipartisan basis, this is true. from the mayor to the governor, Democrats to, a guy like me, we all want to have this convention successful. We want everybody leaving here, media, delegates, with a great impression of Wisconsin going, I'd like to go back there sometime.
A question about you personally. 2016, you said that would be your final term during that campaign. Here you are now on a third term. What changed, and how do you feel about term limits?
Well, two things. I was incredibly concerned about the path America was on. And literally, I couldn't turn my back on America. I think I can contribute. I can help. The other thing is nobody else was advocating for the vaccine injured. And I was one of the few that talked about, the potential side effects of vaccines. I, certainly thought that our response to COVID was a miserable failure. And that was certainly one of the primary factors in me continuing to run. Somebody had to advocate for them.
Is this your final term then?
I learned from 2016 not to make any pledges.
Fair.
Okay. So
now, what if there were term limits that said, yes, you've done your 3 terms as senator?
That would be about where I'd place it, quite honestly. Okay. If you look at CEOs of major corporations, probably about 12 to 15 years on average. One thing I've learned in the United States Senate, it takes a while to really understand how the place works, to get the relationship, get the staff, and get the committee assignments where you can be more effective. So it does, like any job, the longer you're there, the more effective you can become. So you don't want to be churning people just at the point in time where they might be getting effective. And by the way, if we churn members of Congress too rapidly, elected officials are the citizens' only connection to government. If you churn them that rapidly, it's just all the bureaucrats in the executive branch and the staff members of the House and Senate. They'd be they're happy to already manage their member. Okay.
Yeah. And firsthand, it takes at least a term just to learn DC and all the goings on. So term limits aside, I was told I got one more question with you, and I forgot what it was. Is there any more that you wanted to? Choose wisely. You are from Wisconsin, Mr. Senator. Let's just hit this one then. Border security. What should be done with border security?
Secure it. Use all the presidential authority that Trump used to secure it the first time. I'd be happy to strengthen that. I mean, there have been some court decisions that have weakened the authority, but the Supreme Court said that current law exudes deference to the executive branch. Trump used it. Biden used the same authority to open it up. Now he's trying to use that same authority to try and stem the flow a little bit because he wants political cover. So they've got the authority. Congress could certainly be helpful, but what we don't want to do is pass an immigration law that codifies an open border, that reduces that authority, and that's quite honestly what that bipartisan bill would have done. That's why it crashed and burned so quickly.
That's you open up a can. I'm not going to ask about it because I was already told I can't, so I'll leave it there. But I did remember what that question was going to be, right at the end. And I tried to ask him just real quick off camera, but I can bring it up actually because it works out. The question I was going to ask him, he was talking about term limits and 3 for senators feels about right. And we do need to have some amount of time to allow people. So I was like, okay, the question I should have asked is this an issue that both Democrats and Republicans can agree on then? Have you yourself explored that particular issue in your national political coverage, term limits, that is?
Yeah, I think it's something that comes up often on both parties. It is something that, the way that Congress is designed, it favors people who are veterans. Seniority is everything from being on the committee to making it onto a leadership team. And it's something I think that, does come up from time to time, but it also is a bit awkward to bring up because, when you look at a lot of their colleagues on both sides, there's a lot of old timers and a lot of people who have been in both the House and the Senate for decades.
Do you think that it is something that will come up? So one of the things that I've noticed, and I definitely want your take on this because you have much more a finger on the pulse than I do of national politics, is the talk of third parties, of reform, because we have these 2 candidates, as I apologies again, kind of made fun of in that interview, but they're getting on an age that is the biggest concern for voters on both sides. That's the whole reason I said it to begin with. It wasn't even necessarily a personal feeling. It's just what polls have shown, that because of the situation we're in, is there more talk of it coming up, of term limits, of other types of limits to help rein in, maybe is the better word, the way that our political system allows people to become candidates and ultimately be elected?
I think, Chip, that it will be more of a discussion going forward simply because of the debate. And
yeah, that's a very good point.
People have these questions of, that's not the President Biden that you've seen in public. And now there's natural questions of, is this what he's like behind closed doors? Was that just, a bad night in one episode? And I think that's now fueling more talk of, how do we prevent this from happening in the future? And I think that Americans want to feel like they're not being lied to, and that what is happening in administrations and campaigns is transparent. So I think this discussion will be something that will be continuing and has more sea legs to it, honestly. Yeah. But also, like I mentioned earlier, the short-term memory loss that happens in Washington, it's not going away, Chip.
No, and there's so many examples that we could throw out there, not just in Washington, but in the American public in general, something that happens a year ago. And, well, it's not about that. It's about what is happening today. So very generic statement on my part. I apologize for not having specific examples prepared. Okay, so all of that stuff has been said. It's been an interesting day. I want to just completely change gears here to talk about your experience at the RNC. Have you been to political conventions before?
I have.
You have. I legitimately have not. This is my very first. So I would love to hear about your day one and how that has compared then to any other conventions that you have been a part of.
Well, I think that is so far what I find to be the most interesting story. That
I'm sorry that I buried the lead then.
We're getting
JD Vance, get out of here. Okay, Kate. Yes, I like that. That's what I was building to this moment. So Kate could tell us about the RNC in her day.
So I've been to both Cleveland and the Philadelphia conventions in 2016. And like I said earlier, this is a Super Bowl for politicos. This is when you have these local activists meet up and bond and commiserate. It's a party atmosphere. There's usually a ton of parties. Alcohol is flowing, and they're all chatting. Like, they bring their cool outfits, like we were saying, the elephants and the bridge suit, or the wall suit. They bring all of these things, and this time I'm noticing it's a lot tenser, and this is because of the events on Saturday. When I covered these in 2016, the chatter, was always, where are we going to go from here? How are we going to win? And this time, whenever you overhear conversations since I got here, even like that Uber driver in the hotel lobby where we picked up the press credentials, anywhere where delegates have been, that is the discussion. Is they seem a bit rattled and a bit shaken up based on what happened on Saturday night. That you realize how fragile a lot of this is. And, when you hear about all of the rhetoric and how it's gotten so heated, that, these delegates and everybody on the floor just feels, I think, a little bit tenser. I will say that since the convention opened up, it seems like people are relaxing and kind of getting into the mood more so than was the case. Yesterday, I was out roaming around, getting used to the security perimeter and finding all the different spots. And because there hadn't been many people getting here yet, it was the small talk. It was the intro. And I think that now we're settling into it. And now I'm starting to see a lot of the Republicans that I'm talking to are still shaken up by this, but are kind of moving on to the news about JD Vance being the running mate and, happier things that they could talk about that's happening in Milwaukee.
How much of that do you think was their personal safety concern coming to this event after something like that happened versus just their concern over Donald Trump?
I would say that personal safety is very much a concern. Okay. And, getting through the security perimeter, I will say to everybody, I don't know about you, I felt incredibly safe. There is Secret Service everywhere. I've run into a lot of Capitol Police, feel very at home seeing them all around. And, to get through the perimeter, to get through security, you're going through Secret Service and with the mags, and they're, patting people down and sending everything through x-rays. So I personally feel very safe here, but I think that, once you leave the security perimeter where most people are staying, that's where most of the hotels are. There are, yes, a few within the security perimeter, but vast majority of people are leaving at the end of the day. And I think that is a concern that some people have been feeling personally, but also more broadly now realizing the temperature has gotten so incredibly high in American politics. And, this has been the case for 8 years or 9 years, I would say, since Trump first announced his presidential run in 2015 down the golden escalator. Yep. And ever since that, it has really made more of a bitter partisan divide than, had been happening.
Yeah, just the politics in general, the evolution there. You can look back. I distinctly remember, but I blank on his name as I distinctly remember that exact moment. But it was Obama's Republican challenge, John McCain, excuse me. So when John McCain was out on the trail, there was a moment where it was a town hall event. They said to him, they were latching on to some of the increasing rhetoric that actually I think Donald Trump was fueling at that time. So he had a hand in it at that moment. But the birth certificate bits and the Muslim religion and the extremism rhetoric that was being thrown out there against then candidate Obama. And John McCain said, hold on. He's a colleague of mine. Like, those are lies. That's not him as a person. Let's talk about the issues. And so that is not that long ago, but that's how the presidential race used to be run, with candidates at that level of rhetoric actually coming down and saying, no, let's calm ourselves down, my party that wants to vote for me. And it has changed so much. Part of that, though, of course, is polls. It is so much about getting people out to vote. And people who feel more strongly about something and more passionate about something go out to vote. So I guess this leads into a discussion that we could have a little bit. That's still the case. In your view from The Hill, not literally The Hill, but the hill.com, like The Hill, next star's The Hill. Anyways, the swing states determine the next president. And those voters who get out to the polls, so actual turnout, thus then determines the swing state results. Do you think, because that's just the natural evolution, that there is still a place strategically to have some kind of passionate rhetoric in the campaigns?
I think it's a really interesting question
and I took a long time to get there. I'm so sorry about that, everybody. It was just a big flow of consciousness of like, wow, this is where we came from. Here's where we are. But strategically, that is a question to be asked.
It is. And you make a good point, too, that a motivating factor is anger. That's what brings people out to the polls. They want to feel like they're making a difference, and they want to feel like their voice matters. So I do think that the rhetoric has, heated up over time, and that is what makes the sound bites. That's what you see all over social media.
Yep.
But I will say, so I am a New Hampshire native, and I was on the ground covering the New Hampshire primary, and I talked to a lot of battleground voters. A lot of these people don't like talking about the polls. They talk about the economy. They talk about the border, and they don't like to think about the polls. They don't like to think about, what we're talking about inside the Beltway. And it's a trap that I think, us as journalists can get trapped in, that we need to step back and say, these national polls don't often mean much. We need to talk about what actual voters are thinking and feeling. And, in New Hampshire in particular, but I could argue that this is the case across the country, that the economy, that is a big issue. And that's not something that people are necessarily looking for, this angry rhetoric. They're looking for solutions. At the end of the day, they're watching inflation, and they're wondering how they're going to pay their bills. I was at a Trump rally in January, and I talked to a family who said that they weren't necessarily supporters of Trump and before 2020, but they said, I'm comparing my life pre-2020 and my life in the Biden administration. And when Trump was president, we could afford to go on vacation. Now that Biden is president, and yes, there are external factors, at the end of the day, they said we have a hard time paying our utility bills. And those are the issues that I think that people want this rhetoric to be brought down, even though when, you look at the polls, you do see how, the rhetoric sells. And a lot of these big, angry back and forths are what make it on TikTok and Instagram.
I could go on a whole diatribe about the sound bites selected, not just by media, yes, also media, but social media specifically, because, to your point, it gets that reaction, it gets that engagement, and thus that's what spreads. But it is consoling to hear from boots on the ground, Kate Martell, you heard it here, that people are still focused on the issues, and people are the voters, and voters are the ones that determine the next president. Now, that is also a great segue, because you brought up the economy. We have done stories, say what you will about polls in general, but every poll I've seen has the economy as the #1 consideration for all registered voters that they're trying to have answer that poll. And I did speak to someone today, and I got a clip. It's not the full interview. It was a lengthy interview. It got very economy heavy. I didn't want to do that to you all out here, but I did pull at least the first chunk of it. Norm Champ, he is the former director of the Division of Investment Management at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. So this is someone that was involved in a federal regulatory organization and really had a sight on the economy, specifically investments. Now, I will caveat this, as I really should have before any interview that I'm running. We are at the Republican National Convention. Nearly everyone that I'm talking to, probably also you, they are a Republican supporter or Republican leaning in some way. So you have to kind of view everything they say through that lens as to where we are. And Norm was no different. He was really good, though. I mean, I asked him some pointed questions about some of the things that he brought up. Nonetheless, this is from a supporter of the GOP, a take on the economy, kind of where it's at, and the answer to my question, how big of an impact does the president actually have on the economy? Let's take a listen. We talk about the person coming into the Oval Office and the impact there. In your opinion, how much impact does that person actually have on the greater economy? And I come at that because I think about the choices that I make have nothing to do with the person in the White House. The choices that a lot of small business owners make probably have nothing to do with that person.
So it's a great question, and I think it's a really fair one. If you think about the Securities and Exchange Commission as an example, but any federal agency, the incoming president will appoint a majority of the people that serve on that commission. So Securities and Exchange Commission, 5 people. The president will appoint 3. 2 will be from the opposite party. So you actually, those 3 people now are in charge of policy at that agency and setting the agenda and voting on policy changes. What really impacts that for the average person every day is that all of us, except government employees, are dependent on 401ks and IRAs for our retirements. The change at the top of the Securities and Exchange Commission does have a real impact on the number of choices that you have in your retirement account. So during the Trump administration, lots of initial public offerings, a lot more public companies for people to choose from. We've long-term been in a big decline in the number of public companies in America. The Trump administration reversed that, and the number of public companies, the decline stopped and went up a little bit. Under the Biden administration, those policies were changed, and we are now in a decline again in the number of public companies. Why is that important? All of our 401ks and IRAs are jammed into an increasingly small number of stocks because you have to invest in liquid securities in your 401k. That's primarily through mutual funds, choices that you have in your account. We have fewer and fewer public companies, and one policy that I would love to see changed would be some policies that would get us back to growth in the number of public companies, both for the health of the U.S. economy, but also to help all of our retirements.
Is there a danger in deregulating that space that you're going to allow companies in that are more likely to fail, though, and thus lose the average American's investment dollar?
So if you think about the public company offering process, companies are rigorously examined by the SEC before they go public. They have to disclose tons of financial information, all material facts about their business. Analysts out there then analyze all of that and write reports on stocks and so forth, right? So there are a lot of eyes on these companies, and there's a lot of disclosure required of them, but we need to return to more normal initial public offering procedures. Under the Biden administration, they have increased the review times for initial public offerings. They've made it very kind of unclear when you'll get approved. Companies get discouraged by that. In addition, there is now a lot more disclosure being mandated on political hot topics like climate, ESG, all these things. We did great for 100 years with a standard of materiality. So you want to offer your stocks, you have to disclose everything material about your company. We need to get back to that. What's happening is every time there's some political issue, people, extractive, do you drill for oil? That was the one in Dodd-Frank. We want you to disclose if you drill. You know, if that's material to your business, fine, disclose it. But this mandated disclosure is very expensive to do, and it encourages strike suits by plaintiffs' lawyers who sue public companies. For all these reasons, companies are discouraged about going public, and that is limiting our choices
Interesting.
in our retirement.
Oh, I think, and you explained that surprisingly well. I'm not going to lie. Like most people I talk to that are very economically focused like to use all the big words. You know what I mean? So thank you so much for breaking that down and bringing it to the... And we did end up using some of those big words, which is why I cut the interview at that part, Kate. But so there we were talking about the president's, that individual's impact on the broader economy. And he brought up a very good point as far as appointments made at federal level organizations, regulators, et cetera. And I truly did not even think about the number of individuals that person ultimately does have, and thus their party has an influence on. So I was like, all right, no, that's legit. Thank you so much, Mr. Champ. But then we got into the timeline piece of that, and we talked about, okay, but you make those appointments, and that change doesn't happen right away. There's a bit of a trickle down from the person getting appointed, settling in, making changes, the changes themselves trickling. And so he did acquiesce and say, yes, it takes maybe about a year, specifically citing some data that he had, for those appointments to thus have a difference. So when presidents in general talk about, oh, look at my first year, in a way he was confirming what I've always kind of felt like, well, that is still a bit of a leftover from the previous administration, but they have their talking points and they have their data. They're going to go with it. We then also spoke about the factors, and you started mentioning it before we got into this interview, that are not directly impacted by the president, by the federal government. You could start to talk about the interest rate a little bit because that's the Fed, which is not the executive branch. He was like, oh, but they're appointed by the president. And I was like, oh, but the current one was appointed by Donald Trump. So that's, well, again, why I cut that whole chunk of the interview out here. But down to that local American, Main Street, not Wall Street level, it's really hard, even knowing that information, to differentiate and say, this choice that I made is because this person in office did this thing. So all in all, it was an interesting talk. Now let's pivot a little bit, because what I found fascinating related to the greater RNC, and that's where I want to bring you in. Sorry that you've just been looking at me talk about economies or economics for a moment, is that at the bottom line of what he was saying, the RNC and the next Republican president, whether it's Donald Trump or down the line, is he's talking about deregulation. He's talking about making things easier for businesses, less red tape, et cetera, et cetera. And that, despite all of the change in the Republican Party, is one of those founding principles of the GOP, of less government. And so it was interesting to hear that despite elevated rhetoric and kind of that new GOP, new Republican wave, there is still a place for those that have those traditional Republican values. Have you also heard that from people who you've interviewed, whether they be delegates or your Main Street Republicans?
Yeah, I think you're bringing up such a good point, that is one of these core principles of the Republican Party pre-Trump. And while there have been a lot of changes, there's fewer defense hawks. The Republican Party largely has become more nationalist, and they're more focused on domestic issues. That's why we're seeing immigration and the push for the wall. That is red meat for Republicans. That Trump has come in and been kind of shifted the conversation. But like you're mentioning, this deregulation, limited government, that's something that still very much exists on Capitol Hill. There are, a lot of Republican members that are still advocating for this. And it's interesting to see that brought up, particularly because, like you were mentioning too, once you start looking, from administration to administration, that you can undo what previous administrations did through executive orders, but it's much harder to undo laws that are passed. And so the dynamics extend outside of the executive branch and go to the legislative branch. So, it's important of what the administration is doing. And yes, their talking points will be related to, however they can phrase it to make things sound good on either side. I'm not saying that about one party. I'm saying that about both parties.
It's absolutely both, yes.
But it's important what's happening on Capitol Hill. And that's why the fight for the House and the Senate is just so important, because of some of these principles of, deregulation that some of the Republicans still want. That's still a universally Republican thought. And that's something that they're still advocating for very much in the campaign trail. And that's something that can bring in Republicans that weren't necessarily Trump aligned. That's something that can, while some Republicans, more moderate Republicans are saying, I'm not excited about Trump. I don't like a lot of his message. But at the end of the day, they want limited government, little regulation, and that's what they see, comes with Supreme Court nominations. It's all tied in.
That's right. It does end up being the party as a whole, not the person in the Oval. And as we go into this, the House is completely reelected every single 2 years. So we'll have a new layout there. Will it be even more Republican heavy? Will they reduce that margin? You start looking at polls, you might think you have the answer, but we won't know for sure until we've had our election day and the voters themselves have spoken and we have that House elected. And same thing in the Senate. Obviously, here at the RNC, everybody is cheering on the GOP, and they're saying like, oh, yeah, we're taking the Oval. We're taking the Senate. We're keeping the House. We're making the House even more Republican. And if that is the case, we will actually see all of this talk. Do they have the will and the action to back that up? Same could be said for the other side. I'm not really speaking in anything that is surprising anyone at this point, but it's always interesting to hear and remember that short-term memory thing Kate was talking about. Remember what they talked about on the trail at the convention. And then, okay, let's see the action now once they've been given that power. So we'll see. It's just day one. It's just day one. I've got one soundbite left. Let me tell everyone in about 13 minutes, it's kind of prime time on the convention floor. And we're going to switch this stream over to the RNC feed from Pfizer Forum, and you will hear all of the speeches, the big speeches for the night, so you can keep watching this. Stick with us here. But in the next 13 minutes, I've got one soundbite left, and it's kind of interesting. It's with Representative Jason Smith. He is 8th District of Missouri, and he is not only the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, which is a powerful position, but he is someone that represents a very, very rural district and has a very rural upbringing. I'll get to that more in a moment. So that's kind of where I want to turn this conversation. Before we get there, though, you sat down and started talking about color and your experience and your awesome newsletter. So I was hoping that you could just fill us in a little bit more on some of the observations that you've had throughout today and perhaps some of the ones that you're hoping to get tonight and tomorrow at day 2.
Some of the observations that I've noticed are, first of all, I have ditched my cute shoes and I have gone to full sneakers.
Did you start with cute shoes?
I have them on me, but I have been walking
I just assumed that you would have started with sneakers because of, the day and the location.
It's day 1 again, Chip. I will learn for tomorrow.
Well, I know you can't lift your shoe up, but I did the exact same thing. See, so I didn't go for fancy shoes, and I did jeans because I had to set all this stuff up today. Tomorrow I might be in a suit. But anyways. So you're seeing a lot of sneakers is what you're saying for your observations.
A lot of sneakers, a lot of walking.
I'm trying to look around and see if I spot anything. There was a dude, I don't know if it was a senator, but it was definitely a gentleman in a full suit who had Hoka's. Is that a running brand, Hoka's?
Yes,
so he had like
incredibly
legit running shoes on and his full suit today. So yeah, I've also observed that.
Yes. And, on the streets, there is actually a street fest style scene outside of the Media Filing Center with a bunch of booths. If you haven't been over there, they have cheese curds, they have frozen custard.
I've walked by stuff, but I didn't get to explore it at all. So there's like a festival going on outside right now.
Totally. A festival where you can try.
Got 11 more minutes on this live stream, and I can go check it out for myself.
Go get some cheese curds if you haven't had them. I've been here for about 36 hours, and I've already had cheese curds. That was on my list. I was told I need to try them.
Did you try them pure, like raw, where they were squeaky, or were they breaded and fried?
They were breaded and fried.
Okay, so you've had them one way. That's a very good way. I'm going to speak from a little bit of experience here. I'm not a Wisconsinite, but I did work in Milwaukee for 5.5 years. Lived in Kenosha, which is down a ways. So those that know the area, Mars Cheese Castle on 94, I visited that many a time, so I know my cheese curds. Kate, we can talk more cheese curds after the live stream if you want. But what else? What other things have you observed in this festival that I don't even know is going on out there?
Yeah, there's frozen custard out there. There's pizza from local spots. Cool. And they've made quite a festival outside. It's, it's very hot outside. I heard that the heat is going to break.
That's what they say tonight. Yeah.
That's also what they have to say to keep us going so that we have something motivating. Otherwise, it's incredibly hot here.
Yeah.
And the other observations that I think have been super interesting is I got here yesterday morning. I was at a gate at Boston Logan Airport, It was the JetBlue direct flight from Boston to Milwaukee. So I had a ton of delegates, a ton of convention goers. I actually ran into Donald Trump's first campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, and chatted with him. And I was asking him, how do you think, this was fresh off of what happened on Saturday night. This was about 12 hours after. This was 6:20 in the morning. And he actually, told me that he hopes that this would make the campaign less personal, that we can actually talk about the issues, but let's stop making this really personal. That was his message, and he obviously was advocating for his former boss. And but then the other interesting part was that there were a lot of convention goers, like I mentioned, all decked out in red and trucker hats with bedazzled American flags all over them. And they're very much mingling, very much a social crew at 6:20 in the morning. I had not had coffee yet. Did I mention it was 6:20 in the morning?
That part, yeah, well, you did say that, but you didn't mention no coffee at that point. So, yikes.
Well, some of the people from the convention broke out into song and started singing "God Bless America," both at the gate and get on the plane.
That's a patriotic song. I don't care what party you're a part of. That's cool.
Absolutely. That was the message. And, sitting next to hearing all this chatter was all about what happened on Saturday. And a more tense tidbit that I had from that interaction is, there was so much going on that, as a journalist, as a reporter, it's very standard practice to stand back and take a picture, get a picture of the scene so I could show 1230 Report.
I was about to ask you for some video.
Well, so I actually took a photo. I stood back and a man came up to me and he started demanding to know why I was taking a photo. And he said, you can't take photos. He needed to know, was I part of the group? Was I part of the Republican group? Because he told me that he has no patience for hecklers. He needed me to assure him that he was not a heckler. Before then, he calmly backed off. We very much de-escalated the situation. And I was explaining, no, I'm going to Milwaukee. This is not, anything more than that. But the reason I mention this is that is what I mean by Republicans are so on edge, that this was fresh off, an assassination attempt of a former president. It's, historic. It's something that's incredibly scary. And I think that just shows how nervous they were, both for their personal safety, more broadly. And, this was an interaction. I'm not going to use the photo. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable, but it was something that was standard practice that really, I think, struck a nerve where, they're noticing and wondering, why is somebody taking a picture of us? Because I think everyone right now feels, pretty scared about how do we get here and how can we lower things a bit.
Yeah. That whole event, we've brought it up multiple times, you and I, even just in this last 53 minutes or so. It's having such an impact, and it's one that's hard to talk about because the seriousness of it. And both sides, and President Biden in his press conference shortly thereafter, and then his Oval Office address saying, violence is not the answer. Everybody agrees that was a tragedy that took place, that person was able to get to where they were and attempt what they attempted. But it's so hard to also then ignore, you talk about tragedy, oh my gosh, but then you talk about, look at the positive effect that it's had. And you sound terrible saying it. I don't like saying that out loud right now, but as a journalist, as an observer, it's really hard to ignore how it has brought people together, changed that tone, and perhaps changed the entire campaign for the better for both sides, for the American public, to, yes, turn down that rhetoric. And we've kept coming back to it today. I know it's still a little fresh in everyone's minds. Perhaps it won't be so much a talker the next few days here, but you can tell by what we've observed and just the people we've been speaking to, it's absolutely a big part of the RNC right now here, just not even 48 hours when it started anyways, after that event. And then I'd also asked you, and I'll get this, and then we'll hit this last soundbite, and that'll probably take us right into the main stage event here. What are you hoping to observe? Is there anything you're really keeping an eye out for that you haven't seen yet?
It's a good question. And I'm mostly excited to talk to more delegates. I want to hear from them what brought them here, and I'm really interested to see how the party platform will go. That's something that heading into the RNC, where the drama, so to speak, could lie, is there are certain disagreements within the Republican Party, such as women's reproductive issues, that there are very much differences there. So later this week, and as the Republican platform is agreed upon, I'm wondering, will there be any disagreements over abortion policy? That's something that I'm going to be watching for. And more broadly, how does last week affect this week? That, now that Republicans seem to be much more on the same page and, much more energized in a positive way that I think we've seen as we've been discussing. And, will people, be more in unison, and will there be as much of a heated debate versus let's keep this positive, let's move on and head into the final stages of the campaign trail with a more positive message. So I'm really interested to see how this platform will go.
And delegates, I do not know delegates per se. I admittedly, I apologize, I don't know how they're selected. I don't know where they come from, how that whole process works, but I have to assume they are not the political, powerhouses that so many of our candidates and the folks along Media Row who are here speaking, that these tend to be at least leaning more everyday American. Am I close to that, Mark?
Local activists.
Yeah. Local activists. Well, they're within their local community, right? So that's interesting in itself, because you get to hear a bit more of that local voice from literally all across the country here in one place. So I'm happy that I got that, I guess that correct, because that does lead in to this last soundbite that I wanted to play from an interview that we did earlier today, as I mentioned, with Representative Jason Smith, 8th District of Missouri, and going back to how he got into that seat, his history, and how he's been trying to bring that local representation up into Washington, D.C. Let's take a listen.
You, as a fourth-generation family farm owner, as someone who represents rural America, what was it like about 10 years ago to move on up to the national stage and start getting involved with politics at a whole different level?
I first got elected at 32 years old. The day that I got sworn into Congress, my mother and father, the next day, came up here, and it was the first time they had ever visited Washington, D.C. My father was an auto mechanic and minister. My mother was a factory worker. Definitely not the pedigree for a member of Congress. So it has been quite an experience, but it's a great experience fighting for the folks who I represent in Southeast and South Central Missouri to make sure that the fingerprints of all policy helping working families, small businesses, and farmers, and implemented. And that's what I try to do as chair of the Ways and Means Committee.
Oh, and that's a powerful position to be in. Have there been others that have more of a rural upbringing or not that city district place who's sat at the chair of that committee?
The last time we had a rural congressman as chairman was before Medicare was created.
That alone speaks to the just difference of your upbringing to what that position usually brings. What have you been able to do in that position, knowing where you've come from to get to that point?
It's pretty exciting. Working, the areas of jurisdiction that we deal with is all tax policy, all trade, all of Social Security, half of Medicare, numerous welfare programs, but also oversight division. We've been very busy in every area. Of course, we passed the bipartisan tax package that had 84% of the votes of Congress. And in this divided Congress, to get 84% of the votes, that's not common. It's now over the United States Senate. Hopefully we can provide tax relief for millions of Americans through this legislation. It was negotiated between myself and the Democrat senator from Oregon, Ron Wyden. Quite two different personalities and beliefs, but you know what? When it comes to delivering for the American people, you just find common ground and you can do that. And that's in fact what we were able to do and what we've been trying to do in this divided government.
Let's assume that President Trump wins this election. So now you'll have Republican in the White House. And if he's going, a lot of that down ticket will probably go. Republicans probably maintain control of the House. Do you see that you'll be able to keep the position that you're in moving forward?
Absolutely. Usually chairman's for 6 years. I'm only in 18 months. And so next year is going to be the big year. You're looking at $4.3 trillion worth of taxes that expire at the end of next year. If President Trump is reelected, the Republicans control the White House and the Senate. That's going to be one of the top priorities in the first quarter in 2025.
And that's literally what I was going to ask you about. So just to make sure, oh yeah, you're staying in that as long as the things go that way. What are the discussions right now about the expiration of the Tax and Jobs Act?
I've set up 10 different tax teams. They've had over 30 different meetings with stakeholders, listening sessions, site visits. They're traveling all over the country, not just in Washington, D.C., because we want to hear from real Americans of what are the issues in the tax code that affect you the most? What are the most devastating? What are the most beneficial? And then figure out how we can add and modify those provisions to make them better, extend or made permanent those provisions. For example, the child tax credit. It was doubled in the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Yeah.
It gets slashed in half from $2,000 to $1,000 at the end of 2025. The standard deduction, which 90% of Americans use when they file their taxes, that will be cut in half. These are provisions that we need to look at. How are we going to address it to make sure that all Americans don't face a tax increase at the end of 2025?
So that started with that history of his and how he represents that rural district and how long it had been since someone from a rural district was in charge of the House Ways and Means Committee, which is a powerful position. And then we got into taxes and jobs and some of the more today. I totally didn't mention, you know, that they're doing the theme days, right?
Yes.
So today was Make America Wealthy. So they wanted to focus on economy. So they kept sending all of these economic people around to do the interviews. And that's why I had a few of those in the mix today. But talking about that Tax Cut and Jobs Act, that's something that we've reported on. I'm sure you guys will have as well. And whatever party's in control, they expire during this next term. And they are going to have some decisions to make. So we were hearing there, again, through that lens, that perspective of a congressman for the Republican Party, their plans and what they will do if they are in power, at least what they claim they will do. Nothing really surprised me out of that because the Tax Cut Jobs Act was also an act under Donald Trump when he was president. And so they're basically saying, yeah, we're going to do that again.
Yeah. I think that's going to be a big priority for them in 2025 if they can win the chambers of Congress.
And honestly, even if they don't, even if it's a full Democrat ticket, we can talk that hypothetical as well. President, Senate, House, they're going to have to do something because he made a very good point. The amount of benefit that Americans have now become used to in the last 4 years. We love to get things. We hate to have things taken away from us. They're going to have, no matter who's in power, something is going to happen there. Well, I'm glad I was able to bring that soundbite in here. We are 2 minutes past our 7 o'clock Central Time. Kate, thank you so much for joining me on this live stream. I'm not sure if I'll get you again in the next 3 days. I know you guys are kind of trading things off, though, the next, but I hope you can make some time to at least stop back by the booth and say hi to me. Any closing words for the people of the internet that are watching this?
Say this has been incredibly fun.
Oh, good.
You know, the hour went by very quickly.
That is so true. All right. People are speaking over there in the main convention hall. I'm going to click a couple buttons. It might get a little weird. I'm sorry right now, but I'm going to, it's just a part of the tech to get you switched over to that. So let me click these buttons and get you guys in.
Directly across the street from Mississippi State University, but he couldn't go there because he was black. Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee. I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country. Never. Never. Even though we have marked blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guy shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire union. My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is, will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars, they want to take your voice, they want to take your control and give it back to D.C. bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years. Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look, we don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. We had an economy so good, Democrats were trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black. But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America is the greatest idea that's ever been. America, I believe deeply in my heart, America is the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth fighting for, it's worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly believe in the deepest heart of hearts that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
To show families just how much more they're spending on gas under Biden and Harris than they did under President Trump, we placed these signs at gas pumps. When President Trump left office, gas cost only $2.20. Under Biden and Harris, gas skyrocketed to the highest price in history, over $5 a gallon.
$5 a gallon is the highest historically it's ever been. It hurts my heart, it hurts my budget, it just hurts.
I've never seen it this high before, with the gas prices being the way that they are.
They're terrible. They're outrageous, overpriced.
Our paychecks are like a third of what they used to be just because of gas prices. We had to choose between, am I going to fill up my car all the way or am I going to buy a prescription?
Whenever Trump was in office, it took me about $45 to fill up, and now it's about $75 to $80. A lot of pain every time you go to the gas pump, and I know I'm not the only one that feels it.
Within my first year of driving, I'm having to deal with an average of 503 across the nation.
I feel it every time I fill up.
Well, it certainly affects my saving because it's hard to save when everything you're making is going out for groceries and gasoline.
With the gas costing more, of course, the food costs more, and also cuts into doing charitable activities, like try to deliver food to needy children.
Families right now are living paycheck to paycheck, and it's going to get worse.
How people with families do it on a normal average income, I don't see how they can pay it and have any money left over even to pay for gas.
I don't think Bidenomics works for anybody. My family can't afford any more of him.
It's impossible to pay $5.03. We need to care about our people better than that.
There are going to be 41 million new Gen Z voters this upcoming election. And when they go to cast their vote, I mean, that's definitely going to take a toll on which way they lean.
I'm voting for Trump because me and my family want to pay this amount for gasoline.
We don't need any more of this. We need more of this.
To show families just how much more they're spending on groceries under Biden and Harris than they did under President Trump, we placed these signs in grocery stores.
You got a 49% increase under Joe Biden.
I mean, a tremendous increase. It just goes on and on.
It's ridiculous.
I have definitely seen a price increase since Biden has been president.
The food prices are astronomical. They're unaffordable.
They're still going up. Every week you see something else that's gone up higher.
It's hurting everybody. From when we were grocery shop, 5-6 years ago, this is not the same grocery store that I remember.
I do without a lot of things that I shouldn't because we can't afford it.
Everything in the store is double the price. I mean, we're talking $600 a week just for my family of 6.
I think it's especially hard on families with children. A lot of people are using food banks that never would have used food banks before.
Living on Social Security or just disability, it's very difficult to be able to maintain the expenses.
I have several elderly friends. They can't even get their medicine some months because they're paying so much for gas and groceries.
When you check out, it's shocking. It's shocking what the increase is. Everything.
Joe Biden's policy, Kamala's policies, they're killing us.
But since Biden's come in, I gotta say it's gotten worse, and they don't even care. I served this country, and I've seen the biggest change in my entire life in these last 3.5 years. If you want to save this country, you need to vote for President Trump.
Please welcome American mother, Sarah Workman.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Workman from the great state of Arizona. I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of everyday Americans. I'm a single mother who works 2 jobs to support my family. I know Americans can relate when I say that every time I fill up my gas tank, go to the grocery store, and try to pay the bills, I think, who doesn't miss the Trump days? But it's not just the economic pain we're all feeling under Joe Biden. It's how they're destroying the American spirit. Everywhere we look, there's pain, chaos, and crisis. Inflation, open borders, woke indoctrination in our schools, violence in our cities, and unjust rulings in our courts. All of it is eroding one of America's greatest strengths, our optimism. While the left is trying to divide us with identity politics, we are here tonight because we believe that America is always, should be, one nation under God. In addition to the economic pain, the Democrats' open border policies have shattered my family. With drugs so readily available, my husband fell victim to the drug epidemic. It tore our family apart, and now I raise my son alone. But I know there is hope. This election represents for all of us who have been forgotten over the last 4 years. Hope. We need God in our hearts and Donald Trump back in the White House. If you're watching tonight and you hear your own story and mine, Donald Trump put me on this stage to show that he hears us, he sees us, and we are forgotten no more. I find peace in God's promise that says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, I will heal your nation. Amen. With faith, hope, and love in my heart, I know we will make America great again.
Please welcome United States Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Good evening, Milwaukee. I'm Katie Britt. We are all here tonight for one reason. We need to change the direction of our nation. And Donald Trump is the change we need. To my fellow moms and dads across America, I think we all know that raising a family is hard. Add in smartphones and social media, and we already had plenty to worry about. But then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came around. Now our lives are that much more difficult and way more expensive. Under Biden-Harris, prices are high and expectations, well, they're low. Grocery prices are up more than 21%. Electricity is up 31%. Gas is up 48%. Mortgage rates have more than doubled, and rent is skyrocketing. To me, these aren't just numbers. This is pain for millions of Americans. It means that so many American families have to live with so much less. This is too high a price to pay for an administration that has brought us to such lows. The American people won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. We see how Biden and Harris keep making things worse. And we know the current president is not capable of turning things around. His weakness is costing us our opportunity, our prosperity, our security, our safety. Each diminished, all in decline, just like the man in the Oval Office. And it doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, we had the strongest economy in history. That's right. You didn't need to go into debt just to make ends meet. Energy dominant, stable prices, secure borders, safe streets, strong families and communities. That's what Donald Trump will deliver. With President Trump, the tough choice was which job offer to accept. Now, it's which second job to take just to pay the bills. Your family can't afford this costly and dangerous decline for 4 more years. 4 more years of Biden-Harris will impose a lifetime of financial damage on our children and our nation. It is time to return President Trump to the White House. Yes. Republicans will put parents, families, and hard-working Americans first. With President Trump back in the White House, we will reawaken the exceptionalism of the greatest nation ever known. We will defeat decline, dust off our dreams, and forge our future, because families across our nation deserve better. Once again, America will be the land of limitless opportunity for all. And paving that path starts today. So let's roll up our sleeves, send President Trump back to the White House, and get America back on track. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Wow. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Milwaukee! Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Oh, me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now. Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, he still delivers, and he still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared. Yeah, yes he did. Yes, he did. You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel, and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country. No, we're not. But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting, disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality: Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
is the man responsible for your family's home economy. He can't even walk up steps or put on his own coat. Biden's incompetence is financially crushing Americans. One of Biden's first acts as president was to raise taxes, then create a new army of IRS agents to go get the money. Biden's inflation tax costs American families more than $11,000 a year. Under Biden, the highest inflation in 40 years, sickening grocery prices, highest gas prices in history, while Americans' incomes have fallen 3 straight years. Now, Biden's proposing a new $4.9 trillion tax hike, the largest ever, $36,000 per American family, and an end to the Trump tax cuts. It's obvious Biden must be fired. President Trump didn't just give us the strongest economy in the world, he gave us the largest tax cuts in history. And he'll do it again, including bringing back the Trump tax cuts for your family. President Trump's also going to provide economic relief for millions of American service workers who have been ignored by Biden.
You're looking at America's service workers. And they're over 150 million strong. Waitresses and waiters. Drivers and doormen. Bartenders and baristas. And like so many others in Joe Biden's America, they're struggling economically. The majority now live paycheck to paycheck. Their credit card balances at record highs, at astronomical interest rates, and their incomes are down 3 straight years. The good news? Help is on the way. President Trump's economic plan to restart America includes no tax on tips earned by our service workers. A huge financial shot in the arm. You see, unlike Biden, President Trump doesn't want these Americans to just survive. He wants them to thrive. President Trump, he'll make America affordable again.
Please welcome the Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin.
Yes, Joe must go. Good evening. I'm Glenn Youngkin, the governor. The governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Tonight, we stop for a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask him to be with their families. We thank him for this moment of unity. And we thank him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump. And tonight, our nation can have the conversation that so many families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, whose dreams of buying a home have been shattered by 7.5% mortgage rates. The veterans from Fredericksburg, Virginia to Phoenix, Arizona, whose raises can't keep up with 30% increases in grocery prices and 40% increases in gas. The retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Tonight, America, the land of opportunity, just doesn't feel like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman, who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he will do it again. I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian, from a family like a lot of families, with ups and downs and highs and lows. My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping eggs, I learned that there is dignity in work. At the height of the pandemic 4 years ago, I asked my amazing wife, Suzanne, to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?" We prayed together, and we asked God for guidance and wisdom, and we said if elected, we would serve. After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor. And I believe this year, Virginia will elect another Republican outside businessman as President of the United States. President Trump proved that common sense conservative leadership works. It works for America, and we're proving it in Virginia too. $5 billion of tax relief, backing the blue. Slashing red tape, declaring loudly that yes, parents matter. And creating jobs, lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just named America's top state for business. Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength versus weakness. Friends, it's not just Republicans who see this. It's Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going back to school? Can they write the tuition check for college? Will they ever be able to retire? Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Women, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow. A tomorrow where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape, where we unleash American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, "Made in America." where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again. A nation built on a basic truth that we are granted certain unalienable rights, not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable. They are inscribed on our national soul. My fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of Goya Foods, America First Policy Institute board member, and chairman of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition, Mr. Bob Unanue.
Buenas noches, familia. Good evening, family. Wow. Gracias. 4 years ago, I dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump, a builder. Got into trouble for that. But more than a builder, he's a courageous leader. And he will bring this nation closer to God. He will bring strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions of other immigrants, he sought nothing more than a chance to build a better life. His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built it into the largest Hispanic-owned food company in the United States. Thank you. Goya Foods grew as the Latino community flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values that include an unwavering faith in God, and an abiding love of family, and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get up every day. The Biden-Harris administration disrespects our values and has abused our community. They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional Catholics as if we were terrorists. They put out the welcome mat for drug cartels. Biden's open-door policies is all the more insidious because it's couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world, which disproportionately victimizes Latinos, especially children. Last year, an HHS whistleblower testified that the United States was the middleman in a large-scale child trafficking operation that has lost track of 85,000 children, a number too large for most football stadiums. Our border czar, Kamala Harris, that means so bad, and we have enough bad, we need some good, we need goodness, was missing in action. Many Latinos came to America from countries where the few exploit and control the many. Today's Democratic Party sees this as their path to maintain power. Instead of lifting people out of poverty, their policies are making our lives worse. For many Latinos, it's deja vu, although even though that's French. I don't know how to say that in Spanish, I'm sorry. The Cuban philosopher Jose Marti said, mankind is composed of two sorts of men, those who love and create and those who hate and destroy. Joe Biden and his allies show contempt for anyone who disagrees with them. Their hatred of Donald Trump knows no bounds. Their radical policies are wrecking our economy and destroying our lives. On the other hand, Donald Trump loves this country. He loves us, and he knows how to build and create. He understands that lasting prosperity is built on a foundation of family, faith, work, and freedom. And not the quicksand of government handouts. He believes we are blessed by God, and with a firm belief that with God, all things are possible, he will make America great again. Love you guys. Love you guys.
Everyone's watching. See what you do. Everyone's looking at you. Everyone's wondering when you come out tonight. Everyone's trying to get it right. Get it right. Everybody's working for the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota.
Good evening. You all look fantastic. I love the cowboy hats. And a shout out to South Dakota. Hi. Woo. Listen, I'm Governor Kristi Noem from the great state of South Dakota. Leadership has consequences. It matters who's in the White House. Now, I've been governor under both President Trump and Joe Biden. And people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference? And I tell them that President Trump honored the Constitution. He let me do my job. And he let me keep my people free. Now, leadership on the state level, it matters too. It certainly mattered in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy has been a beacon of freedom for America. Most of you probably first heard about me during COVID, didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business. We didn't mandate anything. We never ordered a single business or a church to close. I never even defined what an essential business was, because I don't believe that the government has the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. When other states were pushing mandates and lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty. We told our story and we invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state. Now, all of the things that conservatives have always talked about, we just did it, and it worked. Our economy took off, and since I've been governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%. In South Dakota, everybody works. We paid off state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads. We have a fully funded pension plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses, and we balance our budget every single year. And last year in South Dakota, we passed the largest tax cut in South Dakota history. Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%. Women-owned businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation. People are having babies because they're happy. And in South Dakota, we love babies. Our mental health challenges have gone down, our suicide rates are declining, and we are the #1 state in the country for a decline in overdoses because people have hope. We're growing so fast that we needed more workers to catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the history of South Dakota. And they have come by the thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those? Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota. We've seen a 44% increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom. And all of this happened because our people were bold. We took action, and I was strong. Now, South Dakota proved that freedom will make America wealthy again. And with President Trump in the White House, with Senator J.D. Vance by his side, we will prove it across America. Listen, 2 days ago, the whole world changed. Evil displayed itself in the very worst way, through a cowardly act. An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight. Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American. Wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address, and it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones in order to preserve this union we call the United States of America. Now, at that time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids? And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice and that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
USA, USA, USA. I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in the city with these people, and they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
We love Trump. We love Trump. We love Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members.
Trump's turn again. What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bobby Bartles Jr., Business Manager of Steamfitters Local 638.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Bartels. I'm a proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638, and like many of my fellow union members, I've been a Democrat my whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians. In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Woolman ice rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair. Politicians made promise after promise to fix the rink, and yet they did nothing. That's when Donald Trump stepped up. He wasn't mayor, he wasn't running for anything, but he was a guy who cared about people, and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built. He did it using skilled local union labor like the men of Local 638. Together, we worked tirelessly on that project, completing it on time and ensuring kids would be skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden, that involved working outside the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Early one hot summer morning on that job, I saw Donald Trump visiting the site. I yelled out, "Are you here to buy us coffee?" President walked right over. He wasn't the president at the time, but he walked right over, grinning, and handed me some cash and told us it was too hot for coffee. Go buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone. Now, more than ever, we need a president who knows how to get things done. We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages. Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November. So that we can take back the middle class, take back the country, and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped build over so many years. God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida.
Good evening, Milwaukee. You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida. And I proudly represent the people of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York. Life was hard, and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you. But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice, and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change. And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
Boston had a battle room.
Please welcome business leader and host of the All In podcast, David Sachs.
Good evening, America. Good evening, America. I'm David Sachs, a legal immigrant who worked hard to achieve the American dream. Now, thank you. Now I'm concerned those same opportunities won't be there for future generations. As I look out at this convention, I see a party that is strong and unified behind President Donald J. Trump and his pick for Vice President, Senator J.D. Vance. And what about the Democrats? They're in disarray after shielding President Biden from a vigorous primary and gaslighting the entire country about his fitness to serve. We still don't know which puppet Democrat Party bosses will install as their nominee, but we know what their agenda will be. 4 more years of chaos and failure, both at home and abroad. In my hometown of San Francisco, Democrat rule has turned the streets of our beautiful city into a cesspool of crime, homeless encampments, and open drug use. Democrats, led by border czar Kamala Harris, have allowed millions of illegal migrants to invade our country. They tasked Homeland Security not with stopping the illegal aliens, but with busing them all over our country. Democrats have recklessly spent trillions of dollars of wasteful and unnecessary government programs, setting off the worst inflation since Jimmy Carter. But worst of all, the Biden-Harris administration has taken a world that was at peace under President Trump, and they lit it on fire. First, President Biden botched the Afghanistan withdrawal, displaying incompetence and weakness for the whole world to see. Then, he provoked the Russians to invade Ukraine with talk of NATO expansion. Afterward, he rejected every opportunity for peace in Ukraine, including a deal to end the war just 2 months after it broke out. Now the war is deep into its 3rd year, with no end in sight. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars have gone up in smoke. President Biden sold us this new forever war by promising it would weaken Russia and strengthen America. Well, how does that look today? Russia's military is bigger than before, while our own stockpiles are dangerously depleted. Every day, there are new calls for escalation, and the world looks on in horror as Joe Biden's demented policy takes us to the brink of World War III. In the Middle East, America is now losing a war with the Houthis. And the administration's policy towards Gaza has been so incoherent that the only thing that pro-Israel and pro-Palestine protesters agree on is the chant, F Joe Biden. Rather than bolstering confidence in American leadership, as he promised, President Biden has become the symbol of an America in decline. This may be our present, but it does not have to be our future. We can replace the Biden-Harris cabal with a president who is strong and smart, rather than sleepy and senile. or in her case, clueless and embarrassing. A president who understands that you build the most powerful military in the world to keep America safe, not to play the world's policeman. A president who is willing to talk to adversaries as well as friends, because that is the only way to make peace. A president who will stand up to the warmongers instead of empowering them. My fellow Americans, we need a leader who commands respect and demands reciprocity from other nations. We need strength and savviness in the White House Situation Room, even if the crisis hits after Biden's bedtime. We need a president who can be president and lead, not a puppet controlled by his or her staff. We need order in our cities, order at our border, and order restored to a world on fire. My friends, we need President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Thank you.
Please welcome women's advocate Vanessa Fora.
Wow, you all look wonderful, beautiful from here. Look at that crowd. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, America. My name is Vanessa Fora. I was born in Peru, and my family migrated legally to the United States when I was 9 years old. Like millions of legal immigrants, my family didn't begin our pursuits of the American dream by breaking the law. We respected America, and we wanted to earn our citizenship. When we arrived in the Bronx, we lived on the 6th floor of a graffiti-painted building. Both my parents worked 2 jobs. At 18, I achieved one of my greatest aspirations. I became a United States citizen. I asked my father which party I should join. He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did. I believe that the most important institution is the family, that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document in history, and that every human being, born and unborn, is made in the image of God. Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America. I've had the honor of meeting thousands of moms. Since Biden took office, I've heard one message from mothers from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet. Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no longer living, we're surviving. It feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump, Hispanics' unemployment reached record lows, and our income reached a record high. to my fellow Hispanic Americans, and to all Americans. If you believe in faith, family, freedom, financial stability, join me in voting for Donald Trump this November. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Kirk.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. Together, the largest conservative grassroots organizations in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. I hear a lot from young people about their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. You see, young people are idealists. They respond to vision. For the past 4 years, they've seen the vision of the Biden-Harris regime. That vision is, you'll own nothing and be happy. The Democrats say, instead of owning a home, you'll rent a 400-square-foot studio apartment. Instead of owning a car, you'll rent a scooter using some app. Their vision is this: limit your dreams, give up, aim lower, be content with less. If you're a 20-something in America, life has been really tough. You've watched home prices rise 47% since 2020, 47%. Home ownership is now out of reach unless you make over $106,000 a year. Since I last spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father. In fact, we have 2 under 2. I think I get extra points for that. For millions of people my age, that is a dream that feels farther away than ever under the Biden-Harris administration. According to current projections, 1/3 of today's young Americans will never get married. The average American is having fewer children than ever before. Why? It's because for far too many, they simply can't afford them. The basic things our parents enjoyed are increasingly out of reach for Gen Z and millennials. You see, the American dream has become a luxury item for the wealthy elite. Happy countries have children. Broken countries have addiction, depression, and suffering. Democrats have given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegals and foreign nations, while Gen Z has to pinch pennies just so that they can never own a home, never marry, and work until they die, childless. Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again. Donald Trump is on a rescue mission to revive your birthright, one your grandparents and those before them gave everything to hand down to you. And listen carefully, everybody. This is why young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years. To all the Gen Zers watching this convention on TikTok right now, I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote. America's future is a series of choices. our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America. We are going to choose to work harder than ever before, to chase ballots, to vote early, to register new voters. And all of us together, working harder than ever, we will fire the Biden-Harris regime and put Donald Trump back in the White House where he belongs. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the RNC Committee on the Platform, United States Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee.
Good evening, and what a great evening it is. I am Marsha Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee. And yes, last week I did have the honor of chairing the Republican Platform Committee. We produced a different kind of platform, one that is dedicated to the forgotten men and women of America. People like Brad Bordeaux, a small businessman from White Bluff, Tennessee. Brad leads Bordeaux Metals. By the end of the Obama-Biden administration, high taxes, massive government spending, and over-regulation almost put him out of business. But things changed when we elected Donald Trump. Thanks to President Trump's tax and regulation cuts, Brad and those that worked for him prospered. He hired new workers, expanded the business. Life was good and getting better. But Bidenomics was a 4-letter word for Bordeaux Metals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their high inflation, high interest, high taxes, and Green New scam are destroying small businesses. Biden and Harris outsourced our energy supply, driving electricity prices up over 29%. The day Joe and Kamala walked into office, gas was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it is $3.54. Our platform says we will make America energy dominant. You know, And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know that's the left-wing code for you gotta pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee, I led the fight against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So when Donald Trump was president, I helped him spread economic prosperity with the largest tax cut in American history. Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. But if Joe and Kamala are reelected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our party's platform commits to making the Trump tax cuts permanent. And you know who will return us to an era of prosperity? Donald Trump. Now, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts, they couldn't help themselves. They hired 85,000 new IRS agents to harass hard-working Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you a question. Who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired"? Donald Trump. Under Biden and Harris, people are also crushed by more regulations than at any time since Jimmy Carter. Their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt. Some are throwing up their hands in disgust. Our party's platform pledges 7 times to cut regulations that are killing jobs and costing you thousands of dollars. Now, you know who will slash that red tape and return this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump. The harmful Biden-Harris policies are why so many small business owners, like Shayna Gray, she is a black female owner of Great Jet Cafe right here in Milwaukee. She voted for Biden in 2020, and in 24, she is voting for President Donald Trump. Our platform is a promise to people like Shayna, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time. So I've got one more question for you. Who should be the next President of the United States? Donald Trump. God bless you, protect you, and God bless and protect the United States. Thank you.
Now
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lee Greenwood.
Hello, RNC. Is there any doubt who's going to be the next president of the United States? Prayer works. This nation based on faith. Prayer works. Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country. And he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Tonight, we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in this United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies
there wasn't
and gentlemen,
any when President Trump
please
was president.
welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it! God bless the USA. We are here tonight with one purpose, and that is to elect Donald J. Trump as the next president of the United States. He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next president of the United States. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th President of the United States and soon to be the 47th President of the United States, please welcome Donald J. Trump. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Oh, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up
Please welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
Good evening, I'm Mark Laws, and I live in Western Michigan. I'm not a senator or a governor or some other politician, but I'm just a regular guy. But to my kids and my grandkids who call me Peepaw, I'm the guy. I live on a fixed income, so I'm not one of the people that watch their portfolios. No, in the big boy Joe economy, I just worry about getting through the day. But I'm fortunate because I don't have a mortgage. If I did, I'm really not sure how I'd make it. The big boy Joe inflation has turned our dollars into nickels. And in Michigan, we got 180,000 plus people that are in tax lien foreclosure right now. So even though I don't have a mortgage, I still got to pay the government to rent my house. And if I don't, they take it away. When I'm asked how I'm doing, I answer honestly, I say, I'm doing okay. But don't you remember under President Trump, we didn't have to settle for just okay. We were doing great. I wanted to make some improvements to my home, but with inflation and the price of materials, that's not possible. So I don't want to go into debt, so I just put it off. I'd also like to spoil my grandkids with some great Peepaw unique gifts for their birthdays. But with the price of gas and groceries, I don't do that. I settle for cake and ice cream. Prices keep going up, but my income stays the same. I just keep putting things off, hoping that I'll be able to afford them again someday. It's got me thinking. I've been hoping for better days, but life is happening right now, and we can't waste any more time on the big boy Joe terrible economic policies. We need to bring Donald Trump back right now. We need to know and share the 20 promises that Donald Trump has made. We need to get involved with the Trump 47. And you remember, ballots win elections, so that's the best way to do it. I know a lot of folks just kind of tune the politics out, but we really can't afford to anymore because we're not living in the same country that we grew up in. Cutesy time is over. We need to, all of us, put our shoulder to the wheel and push along and get Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, to be number 47 again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Bidenomics doesn't just have seniors worried. It has them scared to death.
Biden's inflation has retirees at risk of running out of money. The cost of groceries is forcing many seniors to choose between food and their prescriptions. Their Social Security isn't keeping up with inflation. And thanks to Biden and Harris's open border disaster, allowing over 10 million illegals in, the whole Social Security system is at risk. And now, many seniors are also struggling to afford their housing. It's no wonder one advocacy group calls this Biden's war on seniors. President Trump has seniors' backs. He got seniors' Medicare Advantage premiums cut 34%. And he'll fix Biden's broken economy and get inflation down, just like he did before. And President Trump has made it crystal clear he will always protect seniors' Social Security and Medicare and oppose any cuts in their benefits. President Trump, he'll make America affordable again.
Please welcome Benjamin Joseph.
Hello, Michigan. Hello, my fellow patriots. I'm the owner of a home remodeling business that my father Steve started in 1972. During the Trump boom, we were thriving. Under Biden, we are surviving. I know other business owners, like many of you in this room, can relate. With the financial strain caused by the Biden-Harris economy, many clients are tightening their belts, closing their wallets, and cutting back on their home remodeling projects. To keep work coming in, I've had to lower my margins, and I mean lower them. I'm now barely making payroll, and our families just have enough to live on. But we can't build up any savings, and we can't move forward. As parents, we want to provide for our children. But more and more parents like myself have to look their little girl or their little boy in the eye when they're asked for something and say, "We can't afford it." Those 4 words are heartbreaking. We didn't have to say those words under Donald Trump when he was president. That's because Donald Trump is a businessman, not a crooked career politician. President Trump understands what business owners need to succeed because he is a business owner himself and has succeeded. He knew we could create millions of great jobs if given the chance, and we did. The Trump's tax cuts and regulation cuts empowered entrepreneurs like you and me and enabled us to expand our businesses. We need him back in the White House. As a representative of Michigan at this convention, I want to give a special Michigander thank you to President Trump for being our champion. He has inspired so many of us, even in this room, to step up and get involved in the fight to save America. With his leadership and our help, we will make America affordable again, wealthy again, and great again. May God bless each and every one of you. May God bless and continue to protect President Trump and his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome Amber Rose from South Philadelphia.
Hello, my name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you. But most importantly, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents, whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better country for our children. But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background, that the best chance we have to give our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician, and I don't want to be. But I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump. I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse, and I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Where's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the President and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am. And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control, and you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes. Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please welcome Latino American Linda Fornos.
Years ago, I left Nicaragua for a better life in a fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Woo! America welcomed me, and I embraced the values of hard work, learning the language, and respecting the laws. It's the American thing to do. In 2022, my 3 boys and I faced a devastating house fire. We lost everything. And starting over in Joe Biden's economy was almost impossible. The Biden economy is driving prices through the roof. Rent, gas, groceries, everything. As a life insurance worker, I see the struggle of people trying to save for their future while barely managing their basic needs. I'm living that same struggle every day. Life is too hard right now. One of my sons works 3 jobs, and the other holds down 2. That makes 6 jobs for 3 people just to survive in Biden's economy. Our open borders are making this problem worse. It's upsetting to see millions of dollars being sent to help immigrants who came here illegally, while hardworking families who did it the right way are left struggling. The fact is that illegal immigration hurts legal immigrants the most. The Biden system is backwards and broken. In Biden's America, opportunities to get ahead are dwindling, and our education system is failing our children. What happened to teaching reading, writing, and math? Now, it's like our kids are getting a degree in pronoun studies. He, she, they, them. I have expected my son to come home with a diploma in advanced day 10 theory. Life was completely different under President Trump. We prosper. To my beloved Latino community, it's time to wake up and smell the cafecito. In 2020, I made a mistake that is hard to admit, especially in this room. In 2020, I voted for Joe Biden. I'm sorry. He has made me regret it. This November, my vote won't be taken for granted. And this time, I won't regret it. Please join me in voting for Donald J. Trump.
Please welcome the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Sean O'Brien.
Greetings, delegates and guests. I'm Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. I'd like to give my peeps from the greatest state in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up? First, I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight. I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party. We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention. Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB. Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This, too, must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th
largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and to the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser. Corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants. But the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor-trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
For a benediction, please welcome Pastor James Remke.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe. And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed. You're going to be tired of being blessed. I guarantee it. Believe me. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful, and in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace.
For a benediction, please welcome from California National Committee woman Harmeet Dillon.
Thank you, everyone. These last 48 hours have been some of the most intense, yet most prayerful of our lives. The heinous attack on President Trump and his supporters made all of us pause and seek answers and comfort. I come from a family of Sikh immigrants. I am honored to share with you, my fellow Republicans and guests tonight, a prayer from my faith tradition practiced by over 25 million worldwide. We recite the Ardas prayer before any new endeavor, giving thanks to God and asking for his protection and help to uphold the values of humility, truth, courage, service, and justice for all. To show respect, we cover our heads when we pray. तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे तुमरी कृपा मैं सुख कनेरे कोई न जाने तुमरा अंत ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत सगल समगरी तुमरे सूत्रधारी तुम ते होए सो आज्ञाकारी तुमरी गत मित तुम ही जानी नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी. Dear Waheguru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for the Chardi Kala spirit that we have witnessed in President Trump. That is, the tireless and uplifting spirit that is sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like a founding father centuries ago. And we thank you, dear God, for protecting his life. We thank you for his examples of nirbha, fearlessness, and nirvair, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Bane Sarbata Pala. May your name forever be exalted, spreading happiness and blessings and good spirit, that everyone may prosper and enjoy the grace of your peace. Thank you.
Senator Vance, congratulations. President Trump, we are honored to have you here tonight, and on behalf of the entire Republican Party all across America, we are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America. The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.